Hello everyone and welcome back to GSA showcasing Aeon Drive, a new game coming out on Thursday, just a couple of days left to go. We are now on to day 3 of our tournament where we took a wee break on Monday, and you're going to have to listen to my dulcet tones. I am of course Avalon, and we are going to have our first race between Unsmile and Gillenmornan. Gillennormand. We're going to call him Gil because that is one heck of a name. We're actually going to be going into Sector 2, which is quite exciting. On Sunday, we had a lot of Sector 1, so it's going to be a good opportunity for us to look at how different everything is in each sector. So this game has got 10 sectors in it, each with its own distinct theme and more complex levels as you progress. It's got a great little progression curve to it. And it's also really interesting to see here that on Unsmile's side there, you can see he's got the PlayStation controls. He's using a different controller to what we're used to, with the standard Xbox controls there on Gil's screen. So it just really shows you how accessible this game is going to be. It's actually going to be on Switch. It's now, I believe, working correctly and ready to go and happy to go on Switch and on PlayStation and on Xbox, and then of course on Steam, which you can get it wishlisted today. So if we look at what we're looking at today for our races, this is showing the top 32 only, but we have a couple of top 64 races first. Like I said, we've got Unsmile and Gil to first, followed by what should have been Pidgeot versus Symphatic, but unfortunately Symphatic has dropped out, so Pidgeot will get a free pass into that top 32, where we'll see the winner of this game versus Pidgeot to earn their spot in the top 16. After that, we've got Alternerd and Faruma, so that could be quite good fun as well. So we are of course going to be here together for like the next 5 hours, 6 hours or so, just running through these games, getting closer and closer to finding who is the best Aeon player before it's even released. This is a first chance for us to really look at this game and see what people can get done with this game. I, for one, am very excited. So, talking about this tournament, what we've got is a very simple setup. They'll both be given a level, and as you can see, we are looking at Sector 2 Level 1. And they'll be given 10 minutes to find their route, define their route, and then maximize their time efficiency. So immediately you can see the gimmick of this game here, which is of course the warp knife, as we've been calling it, or warp dagger. You can throw this knife / dagger and then teleport your character to it, and that's how you really get through the levels. You can also swing your sword and slide as well, but the primary movement and primary speed comes from how you use that knife and how you get yourself around the map. So as you can see, they've made their way to the exit on both sides at the moment, and now it's just how can they get there faster? What is the optimum route? And that's why it's so interesting to have this 10-minute time. We can see them first decide what route they're going to go for. You can immediately see there Unsmile throwing his knife up, and then leaving the level, but he threw his knife up first to go and explore that way, whereas Gil is looking at the middle route, although they're now looking quite similar. So what will happen is they'll both find the route they want to use, and then they'll spend the rest of the time refining that movement, shaving off frame by frame. And that is how close it gets in these games. We've had games where there has literally been less than 0.1 of a second between the two times. So, you know, every single frame matters, and it's things like if you watch there on Gil's screen, he had a brief moment where he teleported to his knife and didn't carry the warp out in the same frame, so he stood still for just a split second, just a tiny amount, but that tiny amount really could be the difference. Another thing to note there with what Gil just did is he threw his knife up and then straight down. That gives you a bit of speed in horizontal movement as you can teleport around, but as players are discovering and as we learn more about this game and how it feels to play, we're starting to see that sometimes it's not best to teleport. Sometimes it's actually faster just to run there, slide there, jump there, however it is that you choose to get there. And that's where the nuance is really going to come. How do you maximize your time as you go through? It seems like both guys have settled on the same sort of route, where you go through this thin gap along the top. Although, having said that, they've immediately both ignored that and gone down instead. But they'll go through the thin gap at the bottom of the screen as well, and then they'll climb their way up to the goal. that seems to be the agreed fastest route at the moment. Interesting to note there that Unsmile takes a step forward before throwing his warp knife, whereas Gil has immediately thrown his warp knife on spawn. And now it's just getting that efficiency, getting that time down. So Gil there putting up a 1089 against his already 1048, but Unsmile has brought in a 1006. That is fast. That is insanely fast. And of course, at the end of each of these runs, both runners get to see that high score table. They get to see how close they are, who's faster, and how much difference there is in that time. So there's a lot of competitive attitude towards it as well. You know, it keeps you entertained. It keeps you unsure of what route your opponent's taking. We had a game on Sunday where they were both running the identical route, but there was a whole second and a half between them, and it resulted in one of the runners psyching themselves out. And they started looking for other routes, thinking maybe, you know, for a whole second I can't optimize any further, there's got to be something else. But he unfortunately couldn't find that something else. It was a really interesting sort of bit of psychology with the game.
What happened?
So a lot of this does just come down to those frame perfect movements, and that's what's so great about this game, for me anyway. A lot of people have suggested that it's similar to Celeste, but I'd argue that it really is quite dissimilar to Celeste, apart from maybe at best the graphical style, because, you know, they look a little bit alike. But Celeste was built to be a tight platforming game, whereas this was built to be a fast platforming game. And yes, the movement's tight, yes, the movement's precise, and both of these guys are really doing a great job of accentuating my point here with these knife throws. You know, every single movement you make adds a time, and you've got to get it right. You've got to be spot on with these movements to really sort of get that time. You'll see that Gil's actually got a sub 10 now. Even though they're running the same route, there's 0.2 seconds between them. So there's obviously a good few frames there between each of them. A few like little lags after teleporting, a few little pauses where they shouldn't have been moving and they were. So you'll see here straight away with how the difference in the start is, with Gil like immediately throwing his knife and Unsmile taking that micro step forward before he throws his. It is something that as the game gets more popular, we will learn more about the range of the knife and feel more comfortable when we throw the knife. But of course, this game isn't even out yet. These guys, they've had their hands on the game. They've been given the opportunity to learn how it works and how best to play it, but that doesn't mean that they found the perfect optimization yet. You know, it's still a very new game, and there's still lots of opportunities for other people to learn how to play this game and what the best way to play this game is. So it's interesting now to see the opening section. So although Unsmile is taking that forward stutter step at the beginning, he's also throwing his dagger up down to get through that initial section, which looks very, very fast. If he could optimize that and get that perfect for one run, I think he could be pushing into the lead here. Whereas Gil, he runs along the floor a little bit, and that might be due to him thinking that it's faster than going through the warp animation. You know, we've had that with some players where they've said, you know, the warp animation is way faster, but Gil doesn't care because he's found a much faster way, as he knocks even more time off, down to 9:45 now, half a second between these two runners. There, you can see it now in close up there. So he slides instead of making that first dagger throw when he drops down to the bottom there. So whereas Unsmile was not doing that here, Gil immediately throws the knife up, throws the knife down, and then through the gap. Unsmile adding an extra knife throw into this, which is just causing him a slight bit of delay, even though it looks incredibly fast. And it really does. Both of these guys look very fast when they run, but Unsmile here, you can see the stutter step forward, then it's, oh, he hit the robot instead of moving forwards there. But he's got this stutter step forward, and then he's got the knife goes down, up, down. If we get to that stage again, he's suddenly having problems with this robot here, where, you know, it looks like he's dying in the same way over and over again. But the thing is he's moving so quickly, he's really rushing that knife, and the inputs as well. which makes it very easy to make mistakes like this. You know, like there, he threw the knife backwards because he was pushing buttons so quickly that either his brain or the controller itself couldn't pick it up. And this is maybe our opportunity to compare which controller is best. I know for a fact that when I played it, I used my PlayStation 4 controller, with Steam, that is. But I know I've spoken to some of the racers, and one of them said they use a keyboard with different bound keys, and 912 from Unsmile there, definitely proving that his up-down dagger technique is faster than sliding along the bottom. Although Gillen Normand now putting another sub-10 time on the board, but it's no faster than his previous one. 912 is currently the best. It is interesting to see how they've used this time. You know, it's... I personally, if I was racing, would spend more time finding a route rather than optimizing a route. I think there must be other routes that you could look at in this. But that's something that will come with age and experience on the game. You know, as we see this game go into the general public, when you guys will wishlist it and buy it on Thursday, the 30th of September, that's in 2 days' time. When you guys do that, you'll be able to start creating content on YouTube showing these better routes. You'll have more time just to mess around in the game. You see, the issue is these guys, they're in this tournament setting, so they find what feels like the fastest or best route available to them, and then they just have to optimize it. And it looks like they both settled on the same route, so maybe this is the fastest route for this section, but you don't know, in 2 months' time, someone might find some weird loop where, I don't know, they go over the top through the tiny gap and throw it as they drop down through the next gap, and it works out faster than what these guys are doing. That's all stuff that will happen as we get more experience with the game and our players get more mature. But Unsmile has now put a whole additional couple of microseconds on Gil. He's got it below 9 seconds, 8.77. Definitely proving that his little up-down technique here that we see is faster than Gil's run across the first one and then just 2. But it is interesting to see that he is still stutter stepping from the start. He's still putting that little step forward at the beginning there. So I do wonder, could you get it faster? Because that's the interesting thing, is like I said, this game's so infantile, it's so new. We don't know what the actual fastest times are yet. You know, the developers, they've played it and everything, but they're still learning themselves. But that is where we will stand, with Unsmile sitting a beautiful time of 8 seconds, 0.77, really, really fast, as they reach the end of their 10 minutes. So we are going to take a wee break here, but like I said, the next game should have been Symphatic versus Pidgeot, but unfortunately Symphatic was unable to attend. So Pidgeot will be flying on to the next round, which will be slightly different. So do stick with us and we'll get that one set up and ready to go shortly. Brilliant. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your patience while we set up this next game. So after Unsmile has defeated Gilliam Normand and stepped forward into this top 32 match, he will be facing Pidgeot, who got themselves a free buy forwards. Still looking through the Sector 2 levels, still seeing these new pieces as we move ourselves into this. We'll be looking at Sector 2 level 3 this time. And we're just going to get themselves into this game. So as you can see now, this has started filling out, and we're going to see this slowly fill out over the next tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday, where we're going to crown the first ever, I guess, winner of an Aeon Drive Tournament. We haven't seen this game live before, we haven't seen any opportunities with it before, so we're just going to have to run with it, and this person will be forever remembered as the first person to finish first in one of these tournaments. And the thing is as well, the way this game has been built up, the way this game has been designed and developed, I think that there is going to be a lot of speedrunning tournaments in the future. There's going to be a lot of development over the future and refinement on these races. We're going to see a lot of return to how these races go. We're going to see maybe some mixes up to put items that they have to collect. We've seen in the development build they do have a diamond on the level that they can go and pick up and look at, but whether they can implement that into races, who knows? It could be all good fun. But for this top 32 match, you won't just have to listen to me for the next 30 minutes. I have of course been joined by Catherine of Sky here in the booth. And unfortunately she missed the Unsmile game, which was an insanely fast time, Catherine, of less than 9 seconds clearing Sector 2 Level 1. How do you think they're going to get on in Sector 2 Level 3?
I'm hoping it's going to be a really exciting match, and again, sorry for being late to joining you. I had some things going on over here, but I'm really excited to see what's happening today and see how they're going to get on in the next level. Because when I was commenting, what was that day? Was it Sunday? I think that we were here last. It was quite. It was quite the match, and I can't wait to see what our competitors are going to do and what maybe refinements they found, because they have been practicing for a couple of days still since that day, and hopefully we're going to see some really good tech, really good moves, really good inputs.
Yeah, and as we've seen, it all really comes down to how those inputs work. Every single frame matters in these. The timers get so small that we are talking differences of microseconds. So it's how do they throw that knife, how quickly do they teleport to it, how quickly do they react once they have teleported, you know, are they ready to throw their next knife or not, you know, and that's what makes the difference. So this time we have 30 minutes for them to look at this level where they're going to find themselves a route and then they're going to begin optimizing that route. I don't know what route they're going to look at. I've never seen this level myself before. I'd only ever seen the Sector 1 levels. But you can see here Pidgeot testing, looking around the top of the map, while Unsmile looks around the middle sort of section as they make their way forwards, just looking to find that first goal.
Yeah, and you can see Unsmile there. That was quite an interesting thing. It looked like they were jumping just the fraction of a height to try to get either fast jump speed or maybe just to try to get the knife thrown just over the top of the block, but they didn't really find a good solution there and ended up dying. So it's interesting that they're like trying to optimize even in the very beginning just to see how they can get on and what kind of works for them. Oh no, that was very sad. Unsmile just immediately plummeting to their death there just before the goal. It looked like there was a nice little lamp over there and yeah.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity to talk about something that came up on Smile's screen. Above the character's head, you would have seen that a small timer came up. So each game loop of this has a 30-second timer to it. And if you are playing more casually, you can increase that timer. You can collect the little capsules that are dotted around the map. You can see them on both sides at the moment. And as you collect those capsules, you can use 4 of them to add 5 seconds onto your timer. So if you're playing it more casually, if you're just enjoying the storyline that comes with this game, then that option's there for you, but it doesn't improve your time. Like, when you take the 5 seconds off, it doesn't reduce the time total spent in that level. So if you say spend 35 seconds in the level, but you've saved 10 seconds using those capsules, it will still come up as 35 seconds at the end. So for these guys, it is all about finding that quickest route, finding the most optimal way to get through this level, and then making sure they get it frame perfect.
Indeed, and it's interesting to watch them because they're both. It looks like they're both going very, very slowly, and just really taking time, kind of pausing, kind of hesitating with each move. My guess is they're just thinking about what is most useful each time. Look at this, Pidgeot even changing his mind on a single run here, going down, then mid, then backwards.
Yeah,
trying to practice those jumps.
Having the timer up on screen there, it really gives the runners an opportunity to, if they've made a mistake, they can test something else. They can look at how fast something else is. And that's how they can discover their new routes, as Unsmile drops his time even further. Now, getting 10:19 on the board, with still 27 minutes to go to optimize it. That is insanely fast, insanely early.
Indeed, it does seem like quite a short level, though, so I'm sure we are going to see much, much tighter times with that. I don't know even how to even estimate that, but at least sub 9, possibly sub 8, maybe?
Yeah, it'd be great to see a sub 8 on this level. I think it's definitely possible looking at what I've seen so far, but it just comes down to what route you take, I think. And the thing is that where these guys, they haven't had the time with the game, it's not publicly available yet, it's available on Thursday, but these guys, they haven't had time to go and actually explore these maps and go and find out what is the best route. And that is what makes this format so interesting. You've got 30 minutes to find yourself a good route and then optimize it, but that's a lot of time where you can go and experiment, like Pidgeot was earlier. You've got time to try different routes, try and find a faster way around, and then at the end of each level you can see what the time is for yourself and your opponent. Pidgeot will now see that Unsmile has put in a time of 10:19, over half a second faster. So is he going to be thinking, oh, it's a different route, or is he going to be thinking, oh, it's a more optimized route? What is it? What is the difference between these two at the moment?
Indeed, it does seem like there are a couple of viable routes from what I can tell from our players running this, and it's going to be kind of cool to figure out if they do run the same route, or like you said, if it's an optimized version, or if it could be different. I do wonder that when the developers are creating this game, do they make routes that are very tight in time to one another? As in, there are multiple routes that will get you a very low time, or is there always one best route?
Absolutely, and this game, it has been built from the ground up by these individuals who over at Two Awesome Studios. They've made this game, they've made each level, and they've built it for speedrunning, they've built it for racing, so they must have put in plans for that sort of thing, Catherine. They must have considered, oh, this person might take the top route. Maybe they're not exactly the same time, but they should surely be similar in time. You could probably get some really good, close routes, and like we're seeing it here, with Pidgeot going over the top and Unsmile coming underneath, and only half a second between them, it could be very interesting.
Indeed. Unsmile really trying to get that diagonal hit with the dagger, but not working out because that's such a tight block. I don't even know if that's possible to get a diagonal from that angle and stuff because of the way the blocks are and how close they are, and the very small landing platform where they needed to be. But they're trying everything, that's for sure. They want to get whatever they can. Unsmile finally deciding to just throw the dagger straight on, and obviously hitting the wall, going downward, which is slower than going at a diagonal, but choosing that instead of that maybe possible, but very fiddly jump there.
Yeah, and ultimately though, that's what it comes down to. Does he make this fiddly jump? Because although he's in the lead now, Pidgeot is going to be getting faster and faster as Pidgeot learns each individual option and opportunity to make themselves faster. So how fast will Unsmile have to go? Will he have to make that finicky jump, or will he be able to just keep on making his way forward? Again, like you say, throwing it horizontally this time, as Pidgeot is being like a bird and flying high by looks of things, looking for something different, looking for maybe another route or optimization, or maybe just testing something, I'm not sure. But you can see there again the timer coming up above his head that really controls how long you spend in each level. Unsmile has brought it below 10 seconds. That was a sub 10 time there
Wow.
on the left-hand screen that we just saw. That is fast. And it might be down to that awkward diagonal jump that we've been talking about, Catherine.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember if which route they both got their fastest time on? I know they've been experimenting so much. I couldn't keep track of it, whether it was the same route that they got the fast time on, or whether Pidgeot had gone up above, like you said, flying high to get his quickest time.
As far as I've seen, Pidgeot has tried the top route every single time. He is maximizing his efficiency on that top route, so it could be the first time in a while that we've seen two runners take different routes and really push it to find out, how close these routes are. We might actually get an answer to your question, Catherine.
It would be nice. That would be something, because so far I think we've seen every runner take the same routes to get to their fastest times. At least that I have seen in this tournament. So it's really going to be interesting to see if Pidgeot can make his route work and get below Unsmile's time. And meanwhile, Unsmile has still got room for improvement. So I don't know how much he's going to be teasing Pidgeot with a faster time.
Yeah,
This is quite the race.
You can see it when Unsmiled's going past those lasers. There's points where he stops dead. There's points where he should be running or throwing or doing something, but he stops. His inputs just completely stop. So you might be able to see it on this run through here, where he goes down, and look, there's just a brief pause.
Mm-hmm.
He can definitely optimize this further. He can definitely get a faster time, as he just does a 9.2. I think it might come out as 9.19 in the game time. Nope, 9.2. So even faster, over a second ahead of Pidgeot now, definitely proving that bottom route is the optimal choice.
I feel like Unsmile is doing that speedrunner thing of always wanting to get a PB and just leaving room every single time. And finally going to get that PB, maybe kind of closer to the end of our timer here of this match. But definitely leaving room for stuff. And Pidgeot, that's going to drive him crazy. Looking at the leaderboard, seeing Pidgeot getting better and better, and kind of wondering what he's doing.
Exactly that, and although, like you say, they can see each other's times, they can see the fact that Unsmile has this insanely fast time in comparison to Pidgeot, but they can't see each other's screens, they can't see what they're doing, and they can't see what routes they're taking. Pidgeot just needs to get that drop a little bit faster as we take a closer look at Unsmile's route here. He now is actually looking for other routes. He looks like he's looking for a faster way through. Maybe he thinks, do you know what, I've done the best I can on this bottom route, and now I'm going to try and find something else. He's got over 20 minutes to try and work this out anyway, so it's not like he's pressed for time. Whereas he now seems to be taking the route that Pidgeot has been taking this entire time. So it'll be interesting to see how much, if he can get it faster. Because if he can beat his own time using that route, then that means that Pidgeot can beat that time using that route, as we take another look at him testing his wall jumps and then diving off to the bottom of the cliff.
Indeed, I was just actually thinking that are our runners going to just continually try to improve the one route that they sort of chose early on, or are they going to try new routes? And obviously Unsmile is taking that route of trying the new thing. We'll see if Pidgeot is going to do the same and maybe try to take that bottom route. Maybe that's going to be the goal. We'll see if they decide to choose that.
The time Pidgeot just put on the board? 7.5 seconds. We were talking about a sub 8, Catherine, but I wasn't expecting it to be half a second faster than that. That is insanely fast.
Wow.
And it just goes back to what we were discussing earlier. We thought Unsmile had the better route going down the bottom there, and Pidgeot's been grinding out this top route over and over and over again until finally every frame was perfect, every input worked out for them, and they've just dropped it 2 seconds almost ahead of Unsmile here. When Unsmile next clears a level and sees that timer, he's just put on the board there a 9.07, which is slightly faster, but he's going to see now that Pidgeot's sitting on 7.5 seconds. He's going to know something's up. He's going to know Pidgeot's found something that he hasn't found.
And there we go with the competition again, the uncertainty that how do you get there? Because like you said, they don't know each other's routes, and normally in the speedrunning community, a lot is shared. People do know each other's routes. They learn specific ways to do a thing. And this is kind of a tournament that rewards creativity and exploration and kind of optimizing different routes, because they don't have the research to make the best time. They don't have a set route that they know and they can run. They have to just figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why for me, Catherine, the most exciting time for this game is going to be next week. You know, it comes out on Thursday. We're going to see what happens, you know, as the majority of people get their hands on it. We're going to see what happens as these established speedrunners as well as these unestablished speedrunners start messing around with this game. What routes, what optimizations can be found.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I think, probably the most interesting for people viewing right now, and people interested in the game, creating those routes, sharing the information, like which route is best through which level, gives everybody a chance to be that groundbreaker, the person that finds the best way to get through a specific level, and then improve upon those times, kind of as a community. It's really kind of a lovely thing about games like this, that it can be shared with a larger audience, it can be shared with other people who have the passion for this kind of speedrunning.
Absolutely, and that's the thing with speedrunning as a community in general. You know, we're all trying to bring these times lower, we're trying to be the best time, but also we want to be there for each other, we want to make this community work. So when we do find something that really changes things, we share it, we put it on YouTube, we put it on Twitch, we make sure that other people know, so that although we are competing together, we're all trying to bring that time down as a community. And you see it in a lot of bigger games for speedrunning. Like, I talked the other day about Wind Waker with the barrier skip, which it changed the speedrunning community for that game entirely, to the point where it's been subcategorized now, whether you use it or not. And it was immediately shared. As soon as someone found it, they immediately shared it with the speedrunning community. And I just want to see what this game does with over 100 levels that have all been made, you know, specifically to run through as fast as you can. What have people got to find in this? What can they do? What can they add to this community through this game?
Indeed, that's the I think that's the point of all of this, is that, you know, when you're part of creating a speed run or looking for routes or all of that stuff and sharing, that's kind of what the point of life is, I guess. It's sharing that with the community, and it really brings people together. And a game like this has such a huge amount of levels. It's going to be great to see the community grow, develop, and people, you know, eventually develop friendships, hopefully, over this, and share things and all those wonderful social things that, you know, some people take for granted, some people never have, until they find the right game, and then they find the community that's right for them. And it's, yeah, changes a person's life sometimes. Sometimes ends in obsession over a game, and people play stuff for hours and hours and hours a day. But that can also be a great thing, you know, finding a good hobby that you enjoy and just makes you happy.
I've just seen as well, Pidgeot there. I've seen where he's finding that extra time. It's that final knife throw. He drops at the end and throws the knife diagonally down to land quite perfectly. But more to your point, you know, those friendly rivalries, they are going to be what this game builds, you know, with an active leaderboard that you can see. In the build that we've been given access to, it already has leaderboards. We've already got competitions going on in the Discord where people are questioning each other's times and asking, you know, how on earth did you do that? I remember the first day that I got my hand on it, I was so proud of myself. I got top 5 on one of the courses, and then one of the guys in the Discord had beat my time by over 6 seconds, and it was just an insane difference. And he was like, yeah, no, here's my Twitch link to it, here's the route I took, this is how I did it. It was so insanely fast. But this is what I look forward to with this game, as Unsmile has dropped his time down, but it's just not enough. He must be so frustrated every time he sees that leaderboard.
Oh, very close, getting very close. Just, yeah, 0.3 of a second separating them. That is a very short amount of time. 0.3 of a second? Yeah.
Yeah.
You think about that, and it's like, you know, Olympic runners or, you know, sprinters, those kinds of times are these, you know, where it's measured by a hair of a second.
Yeah, and that's why it's so great to give these runners so much time with these levels. You know, using the Olympic example, they do the same thing over and over again. They run that 100 meters time and time again, but they perfect it to the best of their abilities. And you give these guys half an hour to mess around with one of these levels, and you just see how fast they get through them. It is genuinely really impressive to watch this level of dedication. Unsmile there, just loading up the leaderboard to have another look, still seeing Pidgeot just ahead of him.
I bet that's got to be a little bit frustrating, since Unsmile was ahead of Pidgeot for quite some time. But Unsmile at last finding that quicker route, but wondering maybe what that last optimization might be. Obviously unable to see what Pidgeot is doing, but trying to replicate it nonetheless. And that's one of the things that I kind of was just thinking about as you were talking about the Olympics. And, you know, the repetition of doing these levels like this, we're noticing that it's very hard to replicate even the good times that they've had. Every input has to be perfect. Every, you know, diagonal throw, every moment of maybe waiting for an obstacle. Obviously, this level doesn't have any moving obstacles in it, except for, well, there are enemies, and you have to, you know, swing the sword at the right time, or dash through them, or whatever you choose to do. It's a very difficult thing that these runners are doing. So do not underestimate their skill. They are fantastic.
Yeah, and speaking of fantastic, I think Pidgeot just dropped his time. Oh no, he was 0.01 seconds slower that time. I thought we saw a new fastest time there, but it was just outside, which is a real shame. He must be livid with himself. That is the sort of thing that annoys me more than when I look at a leaderboard and I see someone's beaten me by 0.1 seconds or something. That's fine. I get over that. That's just competition. But when I have lost out on my PB by such a small amount, oh, that one really hits me.
Indeed. And I'm just noticing the difference in movement there. Unsmile in that kind of central chamber. Throwing the knife diagonally upward to get through there. And Pidgeot, meanwhile, was... he did throw it diagonally there, but at some point he was experimenting with just throwing it straight ahead. But that tiny little platform doesn't have a lot of width to it, so it's quite difficult to get it at the correct height. But looks like Pidgeot's gone back to throwing it diagonally upwards again. And here I thought I found the new thing that they're gonna do to get the time lower.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about new things. I wonder if Unsmile's wondering whether he should go back to the bottom route. I know that he put up an insanely fast time on this top route, but he put a lot of time into optimizing it. Maybe he could have optimized the bottom route further. You know, what's going on in his head at the moment? How much faster could he have done that bottom route? Like I said, there was a few optimizations I picked up on, but I don't think you could have got 7.5 seconds sort of time on it. But when you're in the game, when you're playing it yourself, when you're not sat here like I am, relaxed, just watching these two skilled players go through it, it's a completely different experience. It's a completely different sort of mindset that you're in. Maybe he doesn't even remember going the bottom route at this point. It's been a long 10 minutes since he was there.
Indeed, that was one of the things that kind of surprised me, and I think it was still part of Unsmile's testing phase, where he didn't actually bother optimizing that bottom route, because like you said, we still saw, I think the last run we saw with that quick time that was teasing Pidgeot the entire time in the beginning of this match, he still had some hesitations. He was still like thinking, working out what he needed to do next, kind of like which way do I throw the dagger, how far do I need to be, all that kind of stuff. And he never actually totally optimized that route. So it will be interesting to see if he wants to give that another go, because I wonder if he might feel that he's gotten all he can from this middle route.
Oh, I figure that's why he started going for it, is that he thought, do you know what, I've got everything I'm going to get. It makes me wonder if Pidgeot had been ahead at the time. Oh, that was a nice little up-down.
Wow,
there.
That was cool.
It looked cool. It was slow, but it looked cool. But if Pidgeot was ahead of him at the time, would he still have changed his route? You know, was it maybe some unnecessarily extra confidence that he had? That was terribly worded, but you know what I mean. Where his overconfidence led him to look for a different route. If he was behind, would he have just further optimized that bottom route, looking for those seconds that he could have made up?
Yeah, because he might have thought he was on the correct thing, or, and I say the correct thing, but we don't know the correct way. We don't know all the optimizations of all the routes. In the bottom route, they still might find something that makes them faster. I don't know if it's very likely, considering the gap in the time right now. From, what was it, 7 seconds to, 7.5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's a big jump.
So, yeah, so maybe they're...
I think, and I'm going to have to check with the stats team on this one, I think Pidgeot just put a 5.77 on the board. I looked away for a second, and I'm hoping that it was
5.77?
I'm hoping it was a 15.77, and I looked at it wrong. But if that was that time, that would have been game over. But I've been told by the stats team, no, it was 15.77, and I just can't read.
No, Avalon. It's the top route, which nobody has taken yet.
Well, that is one interesting point, you know. As you see here, as Unsmile starts, there is some spikes and a wall to the top there. We've seen on a different track that you can go up those spikes. You can find a way up there. There might be some insanely fast route sitting up there waiting to be discovered, but these guys just haven't explored in their 30-minute time.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea because it kind of looks like if you go top, there might be a little bit more verticality that you have to overcome, and that will take more time. So that might make the middle route always more quick, at least in this level. Because
that's why that's why I thought the bottom route was going to be the faster choice, because the goal is so low down in this level that surely you wouldn't want to gain height to have to lose it again. That's why I'm so surprised that Pidgeot's got such a small time on his score at the moment. I figured that the fastest way through would have been drop down, stay down.
Indeed. Pidgeot doing some interesting things there. Practicing, trying to find new stuff. Yeah, but as you said, neither of them going over the top. And I wonder if Pidgeot had spent a little bit more time on the bottom, if we could have found a little bit more optimization there. But I guess the route is just a little bit too circuitous to kind of make that top time, because the middle route is almost completely straightforward, except for kind of the end where you have to go down a little bit more diagonally.
Yeah, it's maximizing that downtime. You see it with how they throw their knives and where everything's laid out. You can see it's such a tight little throw there. Pidgeot just catching the side of that platform, which warped him back up to it, which is obviously a huge time loss when we're talking about less than a second difference between these two. So, you know, those sort of differences really add up. It's getting that perfect throw, but you have to get every single throw perfect throughout the whole level.
And they've been working now for almost 25 minutes on this. They have 5 minutes left to finish their perfections. I wonder if they're going to bother to try very many new things, or if they're just going to work on the inputs. I guess it's up to each individual runner, how they function, how they like to do things.
Yeah, and I was going to, you know, talk about their time comparison as what they should or shouldn't be thinking, maybe, but earlier on, when Pidgeot was going the top route with a time of like 11 seconds or something, when Unsmile first broke that sub 10, he was still going the bottom route. So maybe watching your opponent's time to determine your route was not the best option, because with a second difference there, at one point Pidgeot got it down to like 8 seconds or something. It's still only a second difference between the two routes. So maybe you wouldn't look for that second route then, but here they've both found the same route and they're both optimizing it, but maybe there's another second somewhere in that bottom route that you can just slowly eke away at the time.
Right, and like we were talking about earlier, that we haven't seen the fully optimized bottom route at all. There were hesitations, there were just weird throws, maybe, you know, not everything was exactly perfect. So it would be interesting to see what our community comes up with on this particular level 2-3, in the future, and you know, if they're going to compare to our runners today, watching the videos back or wherever they see these times, and see if an optimized bottom route can produce a better time than our runners today.
Yeah, Unsmiled's going to be annoyed at that route. He had some perfect wall jumps from his knife throws there as he ascended, but then he just missed it on the range for that final throw, which is a real shame as he accidentally goes down the bottom route visiting his old friend. But probably not going to explore it further. I think he knows that the time is in that middle route, as Pidgeot has now dropped it below 7 seconds. We were talking sub 8, but we're now on the 6.97 fastest time. I really hope Unsmile doesn't have to look at that, because that is going to be demoralizing. See nearly a second difference between the two of them.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. And Unsmile choosing to go bottom this time, wondering where to get those seconds, trying a different thing this time.
Seems a bit late in the day to be trying something new to me.
Indeed. But I think Unsmile just went through that middle route so many times and could not find the time savings that Pidgeot was achieving. And so maybe it's like, okay, this is the way to go, because this is all I have left. And
yeah,
Unsmile,
that desperation kicking in.
Yeah, trying desperately to get around this, but you know, with 2 minutes remaining, just over 2 minutes, it's gonna be really rough. You can see Unsmile hesitating at many of the areas, and just, you know, this is the time to be optimizing, not necessarily trying a completely different route where the movements on this route look so awkward. You can tell that Unsmile is not used to it, forgot it from earlier, and it's looking really rough.
Yeah, he's not even approaching the times that he had earlier on this bottom route. And you can see each time he throws his knife, there's that frame where his character comes to a complete standstill. Although that was a very fast time, less than 10 seconds there. But there's still those frames where his character comes to a complete standstill. You lose all of that momentum, all of the speed that you've built up playing through that level. And you can't afford to do that when we're talking such close times. I mean, now there's a second behind them, but previously there wasn't. Maybe if Unsmile had got ahead a little bit earlier on, maybe it would have got into Pidgeot's head, because that's the other side of these races that you don't see. You're not just playing against the game, you're playing against another person, and you've got to manage your own sort of expectations and your own, I guess, attitude towards the game. You've got to remain motivated and resilient as you go through it. If you're behind and that gets in your head, you're just going to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, indeed, and it was definitely an act of desperation to try that bottom route. Unsmile, again, thinking that is not fast enough, and so it looks like they're going to go middle route now again to try and make up the time. But wow, there's very few seconds, and when you change the route, it may seem like a great idea. Oh yeah, let's try this new thing, but there's a huge amount of muscle memory, and when you're changing from route to route, you lose all of that, and he's lost that twice now. So I don't have great expectations of Unsmile getting a faster time. I'm sorry, but it looks kind of rough, and I feel really bad for Unsmile, because I'm wondering if they strategically played this differently, if they might have found that faster route through the middle.
Yeah, and that's exactly what these guys are going to have to look at and reflect on ready for the next tournament. Because I tell you one thing about this game, once it's live, once it's public on Thursday and everyone's got their hands on it, there are going to be more races. There are going to be so many races of this game where people try and perfect it. But that is the end of our time, and although Unsmile did get a sub 8 time, which is insanely fast, it's not fast enough with Pidgeot getting a sub 7 with 6 seconds, 0.97. Crazy fast.
What a match. That was really exciting, and really interesting to see the strategy there. I also enjoyed that two routes were quite similar. Well, I don't know if it's quite similar in time. Obviously, 2 seconds is a long time. But again, we did not see the very optimized version of the bottom route. But it was quite an exciting kind of comparison with both runners running different routes from the beginning of the match, and interesting to just see what they were working out, where their heads were, and finally come up with the fastest time through that middle route, and Pidgeot winning that particular match.
Yeah, Pidgeot advancing into the top 16, but Unsmile, a really great player, as we saw in the first game that he had against Gil Normand. It was insanely fast in that game as well. So clearly Pidgeot is one to watch if he can knock Unsmile off. So we are going to take a very brief break here whilst we set up for our next game. It's another top 64 game between Alter Nerd and Famura. I'm going to mess up so many names. There's so many new runners in this tournament, and I'm so excited to see our community grow and pull in all of these new people. So honestly, as a community, thank you so much for coming together and just keeping this stuff going. I love speedrunning so much, and we just couldn't do what we do without you guys. And I'm very sorry for Mura for getting your name wrong, but we look forward to seeing you play against Ultra Nerd in just a few minutes.
And we are back to our tournament of Aeon Drive. Unfortunately, Femura has dropped out of this top 64 match, so we are going to watch Alternerd practice and do an exhibition for the next 15 minutes, I think it is, and just watch how they can optimize level 1-7. And hopefully they'll try all the routes to entertain us a bit, but it's going to be a great time to see how a runner thinks, how they approach this game, and what they can do to optimize a specific route. What do you think, Avalon?
I think it's a real shame that we're not going to see a race here, but it'll be a great chance for Alternerd to jump on, and it means that he progresses to the top 32 without having to worry too much. It gives us an opportunity for him to play a course that we played yesterday, or Sunday, sorry, not yesterday. He can go through that course, he can test his time against the other runners, because that leaderboard from Sunday still exists. Those runners are still on it. It's a shame we won't see a Sector 2 level and see some more new things, but it will be interesting to see how this runner tackles a level that we've seen a few times.
Yeah, it is interesting to see the new content, and it's kind of a shame that we won't get to see that. But I do wonder, have the runners been practicing the levels that have already been run, or have they been practicing more newer levels in hopes that one of their further matches will contain one of those instead? It'll be interesting to see what kind of time that Alternerd gets right out of the gate, and maybe we'll be able to figure out what we got there.
Yeah, these Sector 1 levels, they were available in the early build that was sent out to these runners, so they have had a chance to look at Sector 1. I'm not 100% sure at what stage these runners have gained access to other parts. So Sector 2 became available to these guys, to my knowledge anyway, today. However, there has also been other builds available. So for example, the build I had did have additional sectors, so I could look at more so that I could understand more about this game before we went into it. It'll be interesting to know what accessibility the runners had to the later sections in the game. Because like I said, this tournament build they're on now is slightly different to the one that went out as a development build.
Wow, that movement there was pretty impressive. Jumping underneath these blocks and using the warp dash dagger to get up there. That was like, because normally you're like, yeah, let's jump on top of these platforms and slowly make our way across. No, not for these runners. This is just some insane timing. Also getting past that lava bar, that horizontal lava bar, to just hit it right at the right moment and not get killed there.
Yeah, you can see the range of the dash knife really starting to affect people. I think I'm going to call it a dash dagger. Dash dagger sounds cool. We're going to go with that.
It does sound cool. Yeah, I like that. I like dash dagger.
But you can see the range of the dash dagger affecting the run here, as unfortunately Alternerd, as he threw his knife up, he doesn't quite get to that top platform. You can do this in 2 knife throws. He's done it just now, and we've seen it be done previously, and you can see how fast that is as a beginning to the level. But then obviously you've got to work out how everything else is misaligned and what's going on as you go forward. This lava bar that you pointed out earlier is higher when you get through faster, so you have to consider that in what you're doing next. But you've also, like I say, you've got to balance the range of the dash knife. There again, just falling short, which results in a very, very burnt foot.
I think I remember this level. I remember that beginning and the 2 dash daggers versus the 3 that some of the runners did. And it was the fastest route, as I recall. And it'll be interesting to see how close Alternerd gets to that time that was set by the other runners.
Exactly, yeah. And of course we'll be able to see those runners' times when he successfully completes the level, when we actually get to the end goal. And Alternerd puts his timer down. We'll actually be able to see how he's compared to those other runners, and actually what times can we expect to see in this level. He has still got, like I said, we're not really timing it, this is a bit more casual, but we're still going for about 10 minutes to see how he gets on. So it'll be interesting to see just how close he can get, and then we can start, making our speculations. A lot of these guys are new to the scene, and therefore there's not really favourites. I couldn't have possibly told you who was the favourite out of Pidgeot and Unsmile. I know what times they got in their qualifying rounds, but that doesn't mean anything in this game because, like I said, we've got the mentality of racing alongside the infancy of the game. We don't know what's going to happen to these people, and that's what makes it so much fun to watch this early on.
Indeed. It's so exciting to be involved with the release of a new game like this, and just to see where our runners go, how much they improved times, how much they can compete with the community and get further on. Wow, and that was a fast run.
Yeah, what was that?
Goodness.
7.3 seconds? 7 point, I think.
There was such a struggle with.
Quite catch it.
I didn't either. There was such a struggle before with trying to get the dash dagger through that gap, and it was exciting to see Alternate finally get it through there and just have that seamless, smooth run there to get a really decent time. Hopefully, they will look at the scoreboard once again, the leaderboard, and so we'll get to see that high score.
Yeah, the back-end stats guys have said it came through at 7 seconds, 0.28, which is very, very fast. But obviously we don't know what the other runners have done. We don't know what they achieved, because Alternerd showing us just how quick his inputs are by immediately closing that high scoreboard, and we just didn't get the opportunity to compare.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see it longer, but Alternerd is here to win and just practice and try to get better at the game, and this is their chance to show how good they are as a speedrunner. And that's one thing that you might consider if you are enjoying this stream, is follow some of our runners so that you can watch them in the future, because these folks are going to be the new leaders in playing this game. And if you're enjoying the speedruns, check them out so that you can kind of keep tabs on what they're doing, and yeah, see who can create the best content on this game. Great.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is when you say keep tabs on what they're doing, I'm hearing watch their routes so you can get faster ones. We need to make sure that we keep beating these speedrunners down. We need faster times from each and every one of you until this game is being run in, we're talking less than 5 seconds per course. That's what I want to see. That is my challenge to the speedrun community over the next year. Everyone pick this game up on Thursday, and I want sub 5 second times on every course on that leaderboard.
Every course? Are you sure that's not
Every
unreasonable?
Course. No, nothing I've ever asked of this community is unreasonable.
You know, and that's actually kind of what the speedrun community does. I know you've talked many times about other games and how runs have been improved by hours. Obviously, this game is a little bit shorter in length for each level or each area, so we probably are not going to shave hours off of each time. but there are many seconds to be saved with optimizations and just figuring out how to do things, because I think we probably haven't seen everything, and we also have done many commentaries on Super Mario Maker 2 where people find out new tech or how to interact with blocks. Like for an example, maybe you can jump on the edge of a block that's going upward, or maybe there's some tiny pixels that you can grab a hold of if you get the very, very most perfect inputs. So I want to see those kinds of things come to light, and maybe we are going to get a sub 5 on every level.
I really believe that this community can do it, and that's one of the groups of people that are often not celebrated enough in the speedrunning community, is the people that they break apart the games, they find these optimizations using stats and numbers and other technical things, and then they inform the runners to do it. So maybe people that maybe they don't have the dexterity to do it themselves, or maybe they do it themselves as well and they just want to share it with the community. But like you say, in this game there might be some weird interaction where you can throw a knife through like that little angle there. There's like a tiny little angle. It looks like there's a pixel gap. Maybe if you line it up properly, you can get that gap through there. And when those sort of technical people get their hands on this level, we'll see how fast they go through. And that as well was insanely fast, as I was talking about speed. 777. Oh no, they have cleared the leaderboard. No!
No! Oh no! But that was one of the good examples there, is that when Alternerd threw the dagger, I don't know if it looked like it was through that tiny gap. It did look like Alternerd phased through some walls. And it was kind of like, wow, that's interesting. I wonder if they can replicate that and kind of get further on and kind of go through these spaces in I don't know. I'm just mesmerized. Pardon my English. It is not even functioning anymore.
That's the problem when you watch people going through this fast, is your brain's trying to keep up with what they're doing. I can only imagine how fast Alternerd's brain is having to work just to keep up with the inputs and the movement of the character. I know I'm struggling just to watch it at times, especially when there's two of them on the screen, and playing it, you're always having to think about what your fingers are doing. And like you said earlier, a lot of it comes down to muscle memory, to the point where it's literally second nature to these guys and how they get through these levels.
Indeed. Wow, and that seemed like a very long distance warp dash there. Or warp dash dagger. No, dash dagger distance. That's what I meant. Oh my goodness. We're still kind of looking at the terminology. I think the official name is teleportation dagger. Is that correct?
That was the name that I was given. I can't remember what they call it in the tutorial, but it's linked to the robot voice that you occasionally hear pop up. The storyline in the game is there, and it's ready to go for when the game releases on Thursday. But I'll be honest, I don't care about storyline. I just care about speed. Stories slow me down.
That's right, yeah. But luckily, once you've been through the story, you do not have to read it again. You can just play the levels to your heart's content and see where you get through them all. I do love the atmosphere of this game, though. I have to say, look at the background, the many layers of the buildings in the background. If you can take your eyes off the mesmerizing speedrunning, the pixel art is just fabulous, and you have these layers in the back that kind of move at different speeds as Alternate is going across the screen, making it seem like a real city. But of course, Avalon, you probably don't care about that because, again, that's not speed. You're not caring about the background, you care about the lava bars and the dagger points.
The speed is definitely great, but I absolutely agree with you. It's so great to see such a dynamic background with such beautiful pixel art. I mean, there you've got the dancing lady on the billboard, you've got cars flying around this city. It feels so alive and so lived in. Like you said, you've got the layering, so you can feel like a depth to it, and it just makes it feel more immersive, and you feel more engaged in it. And although there is some repeated sprites, it's very rare that you see it, and that's why I was so excited to get the opportunity to show off the Sector 2 in those first couple of runs, because there's 10 sectors to this, all of them having their own unique theming. So there's so many different opportunities to look at this game as you progress through it when you get your hands on it on Thursday. It's going to be awesome just to see all of the little details in the pixel art. Like, someone somewhere, because people do this with video games all the time, someone somewhere is going to find out what language those signs in the background are in. They're going to translate it. Even if it's a created language for this game, they're going to find it, they're going to translate it. There's going to be some hidden code in which lights are on and which lights are off in the skyscrapers or something. People will find it, you know. The developers just need to put a tiny breadcrumb in and they'll find it. And that's why this level of detail that's going to the background, as much as it doesn't help the speed, it does help the game, and it is beautiful.
Indeed, we are now informed that we need to go to intermission so that we can prepare for the next match. We hope you have enjoyed this exhibition of Alternerd, and we are going to see you there.
Welcome back, everybody. Now we have a race that we're here to see. We've got Carter Freak on the left screen here and Ghost Death on the right screen. So after we've just watched Ultra Nerd showcase what this game can be and what we can pull out of this game, we're now going to see what we're actually here for, a direct race between two players. You see Carter Freak has one of those, what are they called, Catherine? YouTuber things that the kids have.
Yeah.
I made myself sound old then. But... It's great to see one of those in as we look across both of these guys. They are setting up to run through Sector 2, Level 5. So we're going to get to see another background. After we just got so excited about the backgrounds in Sector 1, I'm so glad we're going to get the opportunity to show you guys just how different these sectors look. Although the platforming's the same, they just look so different colour palettes and everything. I'm so excited.
Indeed, I can't wait to see this matchup after we've had that exhibition. It's going to be fun to see two racers go head-to-head trying to find the best route. And in this level, I'm hoping that we had a similar situation to one of the levels previously where there are two similar routes. But here we are getting going. We see an immediate saws of death on the sort of upper route there. And Carter is actually making it further on their first run than Ghost Death. A few hesitations there. Look at that mini saw blade. Have we seen that before? That's kind of cute.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was really good to see Carter just take it a bit slower there just to get themselves a time on the board, although immediately dying there. But yeah, no, it's great to see. And Carter is actually doing a great job of showing off a little thing that we didn't mention last time in the colour selection for characters. We talked about it on Sunday, and now we get the opportunity to talk about it again today. The beautiful blue skin there for Carter, which is just lovely.
I was going to say, aren't they both using the wrong color? Because we know from the Avalon that green is the fastest color, and neither are using green. Do you think they know they're at a disadvantage?
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I'll tell you one thing that we did notice earlier was Unsmile was using a PlayStation controller as opposed to the Xbox controller we're used to seeing.
And I saw that Carter do something really interesting at the end there. Instead of jumping over the saw blades, they went under them. Sliding under, and just as Ghost Death is doing right there, and that is an interesting optimization to have.
Yeah, it looks like Ghost Death with a slightly faster time at the moment. Our stats team desperately trying to keep on top of who's finishing what, because after saying, it's nice to see Ghost Death just get a time on the board, they've immediately both gone and put faster times down on the board. So Carter Freak there getting an 8.72. Wow, that is fast.
That is fast. Wow. A full second ahead of Ghost Death. And I wonder if Ghost Death is aware of this yet. Do they know they've been beaten by over a second?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more nuance to this level as well, because if you go too fast, you're going to get yourself caught up with these saws and the way that they're moving and such. So you see here Carter throwing his dash dagger forward and fast. Ghost Death trying the top route actually, but Carter was throwing his dagger forward and fast, but look, where the saw is there, he couldn't throw his dagger diagonally down, which may have been a lot faster. And it's just little things like that keep developing as we learn more about this game, is that, yes, you might be the fastest in the opening section, but is that definitely the fastest way to do it, or would you be able to slow down somewhere to line everything up in the level just that little bit better?
Right, and that's what we were seeing from Ghost Death as well. Instead of doing dagger throws all the time, which we know has an extra animation associated with an extra time, therefore, Ghost Death was actually just running across some of the areas, and hopefully, that looks like they are optimizing that one section with having a slide rather than the dagger throw. It's going to be interesting to see how the runners navigate these levels, which motions they choose in which area, and how, of course, they compete against each other.
I've just lost in Carter's VTuber thing, where as he makes a mistake or he dies or similar, you can see the dog just look down in disappointment. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I'm like, I was trying to watch Ghost and see what they were doing, not to try to just look at that sad little puppy dog looking sideways. No, I have failed.
When they give him little pets.
Yeah. And
But
then floppy
instead of
ears
giving
wiggling
dogs-
a tiny bit.
Yeah. But we're not here to talk about dogs. We are here to talk about Aeon Drive, which will be out on Thursday. So get it wishlisted now. If you type !Aeon in chat, it will give you a link to the Steam list. As Carter has dropped his time even further, 8.2 seconds for him to get through this level. That is just getting disgustingly fast. And Ghost Death's going to need to really work hard in these last 5 minutes to optimize that route.
Right, Ghost Death not even looking at the leaderboards yet. Oh, Ghost Death is trying a different route. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh no, but getting killed at the end there. But of course, first run through a particular route is never going to be the fastest time unless you are incredibly lucky or you're wearing green. No, jokes aside, I mean, this is a joke. Just be aware, green is not actually faster. It was just meant to let you know that there are multiple colors of the avatar, and it's cool that the devs have added that particular option, because it's always nice to be kind of, wearing your favorite colors as you're going through these games, because as you speedrun these games, obviously you spend a lot of time in them, and it's pleasant to see if there is like a favorite color scheme that you can choose out of I don't know how many there are available. At least 4, I think.
I'm just going through it in my head. There is red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. I think there's pink as well, but I don't remember 100%. But there's definitely at least 4 or 5. And it changes more than just the actual character itself. It changes the reticle and the knife. So it might not just be a visual bonus for you. It might be, say, you struggle to see red on pink. So in Sector 2, in this sector, you struggle to see where the reticle is on your knife once you've thrown it. And therefore a green might work better because of the colour clash. Or when you're in an orange level, you might want the blue for that colour clash. So that you can actually see. I'm just giving a different example so I don't just bang on about green all the time, because I know that wakes
I
everyone
thought you were
up.
going to say, yeah, if you're playing an orange level, green is also superior.
Yeah. Just to reiterate Catherine's point, green is not giving any real benefit to this game. The developers will kill us if we tell you there's an advantage for green. There is not. It is completely even, except for the parts where it's not, because it is the superior colour.
No, this is just poking fun at our dear Avalon, who we know loves green and purple. Like, really loves green and purple. Do you wear green and purple every day? I'm curious now.
Every day. I've got green shirts, purple ties. It's all good.
Nice. Very nice. But back to the game. One of the things that I wanted to comment on is that there is a point in this route they are working where it does seem that they are at the very edge of the dash dagger range, and they need to get to the edge of that lava bar or the energy bar in order to kind of make that. And I think it's that second jump that Ghost Death just did. And it's interesting because we have seen, like, if they try to throw not close enough, the dagger misses. So that's something they really have to work into their runs, is to get close to that lava barrier or energy barrier and not get killed, like Carter just did. Trying to get through there.
The movement of the dash dagger is something else that needs to be really thought about when you're going through this, and I know for a fact from playing it myself that sometimes it's hard to keep a track of the range in your head when you're watching so many things. On levels like this where you've got lava bars, moving saws, and the dash dagger, and the timer, and everything else, and plus the pressure of this tournament, it's tough to keep that range in your head. And you've just seen there, Carter missing the down diagonal throw to start his run off there, and again. And it's just because of that pressure, and you're trying to be as fast as you can. Really decent times coming through though. Just 0.03 seconds than the PB on Ghost side there, but he's still half a second behind.
I was just about to say, we must be kind of on the same wavelength here. The times are very close. In a couple of runs ago, Ghost Death actually tried to go up above and change the route a tiny bit, but I guess they didn't find it fast enough because they've gone, again, downward to take that downward route, trying to optimize that. There is only 1 minute, 30 seconds left for them to optimize. They need to hurry. And I guess Ghost Death probably thought it's not worth losing the muscle memory for this level.
Yeah, it's worth noting, Carter Freak, they're just putting a 7.4 seconds, but that was with mistakes. There is another half second to find there. On that run, Carter Freak, he threw the knife fell down a pit and then wall jump back up and still put that time on the board. There is some really good optimization that can be made in this run.
And I don't think Ghost Death has actually seen that time yet, doesn't know how far behind they are, but they do know that they are behind. So they need to make a better run. They have 50 seconds left to get it. Will they get there?
Yeah, and of course you've got to consider, just because they know the route and they know the optimizations, they've still, like you said, they've got less than a minute now. They need to get a perfect run, and Carter Freak, 6.61 seconds.
Wow.
Look at that. That is insanely fast. And
Just
yes, Ghost
really
Death
blasting that time.
Yeah, Ghost Death has dropped his PB, but he's still a second and a half slower. Massive gap between these two runners at the moment.
Less than 20 seconds left. Entertainingly enough, that is still long enough to post at least a couple more times. This game is just insanely fast.
Yeah, I'm just watching C Carter Freak because that looked fast as well, but 6.67, I don't think that is going to be able to beat that 6.61 time. And Carter Freak will proceed on to our top 32 bracket, where he will race against Ultra Nerd. So it'll be interesting to see how Ultra Nerd plays differently in a race scenario to a showcase scenario.
Indeed. And hopefully both gamers will be at their best, and Carter Freak no longer needs to get his little doggy avatar and looking down in disappointment because he has won this match, as they're both kind of continuing to practice this level. But I'm sure Ghost Death is going to be super disappointed at being 1.5 seconds slower.
Most definitely. So next up we are going to have Ultra Nerd versus Carter Freak, with the winner of them going into the top 16 bracket to face Pidgeot. Fortunately for you guys, I am going to take a step back and hand over to Markinator and Electric, and I'm going to drag Catherine off with me. So we will speak to you guys, I think tomorrow now, and leave you to watch the rest of the evening with those two.
It was great being with you, and enjoy the rest of the races.
Hey, welcome back everybody to the top 32 match between Carter Freak and Alter Nerd, the ones who just played. So it's going to be an exciting match. I am joined in the commentator's booth with my good friend Electric. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Excited to watch some matches of this pretty hype-looking 2D speed game. And these matches are a pretty neat little setup of our live time attack format, where these runners are going to have about, I believe it's 30 minutes to get the best time that they can on this level, just 1v1. And it should be a pretty exciting little matchup here. This game has a lot of room to optimize little things, so it'll be interesting seeing what routes these runners will take through these stages and how well they're able to optimize their respective routes during this time period.
Yeah, absolutely. The optimization has been, I think, a big key part we've been seeing. If one runner is able to find like a really good optimization that one isn't, it's been really hard for the one that's not finding it to come back into it. So it's really been really important that these runners try out a bunch of different routes. You know, don't spend too much time on them. You know, if it's obviously not too fast, then they tend to drop it. But it's just really cool to see them try out all the different courses and figure it out in real time.
Exactly, and pretty much all these stages are made with a lot of like diverging and like recombining pathways. So there's a lot of like mix and matching you can do almost with the routes, and you don't necessarily have to use the best route ever. You know, if you're using a route that say loses like a half second of optimization but is a lot easier, you're probably going to be able to get a better time than your opponent within this little 30-minute time block. And we're going to go ahead and get started. The level's going to be 2-6 here. And a friendly reminder that !Aeon will get you a link to be able to check out this game for yourself. The game comes out on, I believe it's October 1st. So
September 30th.
Oh, September 30th. Okay.
Yeah, September 30th. All platforms: Steam, Switch, and Xbox and PlayStation. !Aeon, whatever it is. And I think you can add it to your wish list. So everyone, make sure you do that. This is a really fun game. I think everyone participating has at least tried it out at some point. So not just watching, coming from experience.
And if nothing else, Neo Barcelona is just a really cool looking area. This is a very cool looking game with a just nice neo cyberpunk aesthetic. I'll never get sick of looking at games that look like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very beautiful, very nice. It looks like Carter Freak has found a decent pathway. He's been just kind of walking around.
And putting their first time on the board with a 18-9-1.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Carter's going to go ahead and start going. Top route looks like is Alter's trying to explore this middle route and figure out some of these firebar cycles. I think these will kind of play an integral role in how these players are going to proceed through this level in seeing what exactly they're able to swing through these firebar cycles before they actually get killed. And of course, like, you can throw the dagger fairly quickly, but if one of those firebars touches you while you're still not actually teleporting to the dagger, that still counts as a death. You still have to restart the level.
Yeah, not very forgiving at all. You also have to like point the dagger, so if you're near a fireball, you could just like accidentally walk into it. So yeah, very dangerous.
From what I've seen from other players and from my own experience with the game, it seems like that dagger throw. Oh,
Carter Freak, what do you? This is you can't be doing that.
But it looks almost like the dagger can only be thrown in like a 8-directional kind of format. So you are a bit restricted in where exactly you can throw it to. But that does give you, I guess, a bit of consistency. Like if you're playing on a control stick, you know, you'll be able to throw it in the same place twice.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it is just 8 directions. So timing is key.
And we got Carter Freak establishing a 13-second time on that leaderboard.
Yeah, it seems to be having trouble right at that first fireball there. It has to be all the way to the right side for him to make that, what is it, teleport dagger? Mm-hmm. Make it all the way across.
And that's the other thing, too. You'd think that the dagger's a really OP weapon, but it only has a reach of about like half the screen, give or take, so...
Yeah, it's very limited. You need to know a lot of ranges and stuff.
I'm thinking Carter having to wait a bit longer because of that firebar. He couldn't quite reach for a bit with his dagger.
Yeah, I'm thinking at some point he might be able to figure something out with like a down right throw, or maybe he's just doing something completely different now. But if he could like throw down right and like, you know, land where the fireball is moving left and right, instead of just going straight for that far throw, he might be able to save some time. But it looks like he's trying out different.
For himself now.
Yeah. All right, and now we see alt nerd going top.
Another interesting thing too with the enemies that you see throughout the level is they can be killed by the dagger as well. So you do have to kind of like prioritize whether you're going to be using the dagger for movement or if you're going to be using it as an attack weapon for a specific situation. An 11.76, nice PB from Carter there. Shaving another couple of seconds off. It looks like Alter's time is slowly getting a bit more optimized to compare with Carter's, but Carter's still just like kind of accelerating a bit more forward. But Alter is closing that gap up pretty well.
Yeah, he seems to be kind of figuring out some good maneuvers a bit more quicker. But yeah, Alternate doing a really good job himself. It's really hard to like not focus on Carter Freak's character model. I think the last commentator said something about it, and it really is. I need to make sure I watch Alternate too because he's doing really well. He's trying some new stuff.
Like, is it a live model? Is it actually reflecting his facial expression?
I don't know.
Because otherwise, I'm not entirely sure why it's there. I mean, more power to you, I guess. But yeah. It's a bit uncanny with the eyes, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got. I think it's real. I think it is like a VTuber thing.
Yeah.
But all right, Alternate getting a nice little PB there, right behind Carter Freak now. Oh wait, as he also got a PB. Never mind.
Carter keeps just moving the goalposts a bit further.
Oh boy, this is a really good match. We got 25 minutes left, just under. So this has only been the first 5 minutes, and I think both runners are making like really good progress as to a really nice path that they might, you know, just try to grind out.
And I think Carter's really liking this mostly top route where you're able to avoid most of the fire bar cycles entirely. And you have just enough room to be able to jump out of some of these teleports to skip ledge grabs.
Yeah, it's been really strange trying to see what they want to do with figuring this stuff out. Because I think that first bar is like just giving him so much issues because it's just not on a good cycle. And
yeah, you want it to be like at its furthest right point when you throw it for the teleport, and at the very start of the level, it's just coming back from that area. So you have a very, very small window. If anything, it kind of looks like none.
Yeah, very precise throw, but they're going up and around it, which seems to be doing okay. They're definitely not having to wait on it, at least. Yeah. Interesting to see if like maybe this bottom right will be faster, just because they're having to like, you know, make that whole maneuver around it.
That other horizontal bar about midway through the level also seems to be causing a little bit of issues because it pretty much makes one section of the level impassable for certain periods of time. The one that Alternate like just went over.
Yeah, that one right there. That is a tricky one. Those ones with like the platforms are very tricky. Here we go.
These runners really appreciate that.
It's probably faster to go bottom row.
Sorry,
well, I was gonna say, I bet these runners appreciate that spiked hole in the like vertical platform close to the end. That lets them just dagger teleport right to the end portal instead of having to take that like S bend through 2 more fire bars.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's a really nice maneuver for Carter. I think that's faster than going up top. What he's doing right here, he's making it past these spikes really well. I think that wall kick right there.
That almost reminds you of some kind of Celeste like spike jumping tech there.
Yeah, kinda. Maybe he's familiar. Alternate still trying to figure out the best teleport dagger maneuver through that little hallway. These little corridors, I mean, make it so precise to throw these daggers here. Like I mean, the runners are making it look pretty simple and easy, and they're just making a few mistakes. But I mean, they are executing really precise throws consistently, and they're just trying to get it like 100% down.
And like you were saying earlier, it requires a really, really good sense of timing whenever you're locked into just 8 potential angles for these throws. You have to have a really, really good sense of timing to be able to actually land your throws when your angle is pretty much set in stone already.
Yeah, very difficult.
And we got Ultra just kind of getting stuck again in the low 11s range.
Proposal. Try not to die.
That's one like kind of interesting thing about like when you're doing a bunch of PB attempts in a row like this. It is way faster, it seems, to take a death than it is to like finish out the level and then like manually restart it. So that is something you kind of want to consider is like, am I actually on PB pace with this attempt, or like should I just go ahead and move right into another attempt?
Yeah, exactly. Especially once it starts getting a bit later. I think right now we're starting to see them kind of finalize everything. Carter Nerd, he just had a really good run up to this point, and that enemy right below him, he like threw the teleport dagger to teleport, and it hit the enemy. So like the teleport dagger didn't connect to anything, and so just the cycle for the enemy might end up slowing him down versus the whole flame cycle.
Well, and how do you even really control for that whenever the like auto hit detect is getting in your way? Or like the auto aim.
Proposal.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, but it's those kind of things that these runners are dealing with, and they're trying to, I don't know, just trying to figure out how to get through them, really.
Carter getting almost to the end of a pretty decent run. And I think that dog avatar must be live, because I am seeing it like start to shake its head whenever some of these attempts to get deep into the level get killed by random stuff.
the disappointment.
Yeah, the sad doggy.
Oh no.
I mean, hey, you know, if it makes you more comfortable to express yourself through an avatar like that, like, more power to you, you know? There are a lot of people that just aren't really comfortable on a camera, so, like, if that helps you, more power to you.
Yeah, it's very entertaining. He had a really
That's
cool
for
maneuver
sure.
to kill that robot at the end there. Like, as soon as he hit the wall for the teleport dagger, he threw his real dagger, but you didn't even really see it come out. It was so quick. But he did that in order to kill the enemy.
Yeah. It's really nice, too, that, like, the actual melee sword seems to not really cause a whole lot of movement delay. So you are pretty well forgiven a lot of the time if you do need to kill an enemy with, like, your more manual methods.
Yeah, I've seen it used at a couple nice points, and yeah, they've done a really good job making it just real smooth right into all your other abilities. I think there is, like, somebody said there was an animation cancel for it still that people have figured out, so saving some frames, we've already found something out.
Yeah, and the way that the dashing and teleporting mechanics seem to interweave into other mechanics, it seems like there's a lot of room to be able to just go really fast whenever you really have a good sense of what you're doing. Carter Free really on a tear through that attempt at the beginning.
Yeah, he's really nice. Alright, alternate, trying to figure out these spikes. See what he wants to do. Yeah, he's trying to figure out that wall kick. I think he understands that he can do it, but it's such a precise jump. He might just end up going over top.
Experimenting with this over top route, just like Carter was doing earlier.
Oh!
Now robot getting him right in the end.
Yeah, he did a really nice job killing the first one. But that was the slice that I was talking about earlier. It's like you hit that wall and like you have to immediately hit that sword.
Jeez. Such good. Carter's really got the first half of the stage just completely figured out.
Yeah, I think that is a bit faster because he didn't have to kill that enemy like Alternate did. So yeah, just that little delay when he hits the wall going over the top. I think that's what's causing him just to be a little slower. Just barely.
Should just slide through that guy, I think.
All right. And Carter Nerd talking out loud. but yeah, pretty much every ability here will kill an enemy in one way, shape, or form. So yeah, sliding, obviously the sword, the teleport dagger. So just got to figure out which one is best. It's not always about the teleport dagger.
Oh, and Carter, I think right there may have teleported slightly too early. It looked like they teleported while the firebar was barely still over the area they teleported into.
Try not to die. Jeez, thanks.
I'm actually gonna be forced to wait by that fire.
Proposal.
All right.
Try not to die. Jeez, thanks for the
See,
advice.
Alternate still needing to bust out. Oh wait, Alternate took the lead. Wait, we missed it. He took the lead 10-20.
Oh, I missed that BB, yeah, because been messing around with this top route. I assumed he was going to be slower for a bit. But maybe he's already started to find some success with this top route.
Yeah, I just didn't see him complete the really solid one. I know Carter Freak hasn't completed like a 100% route that he's been going for.
Yeah, I feel like Carter's going to dive into like a low 9 once he finally gets the route, like a good attempt on the route he's going for.
It is possible. Let's see, but yeah, he's having trouble here at the end. Oh my gosh, did he just threw... How did he...
Yeah,
Oh,
looks
he
like you
threw
could
it
just
down
barely, right. You can just barely downright that throw.
What happened?
Wow. Coming out with the... with the
Optimizations
specializations.
on optimizations.
All right, this is going to be interesting because, I mean, even though Carter Freak is doing things that we're pointing out that are faster, or seems to be, they seem to be harder too, so he's got to execute them. And he's only got 16 minutes left. We're like halfway through almost. And he's still got to execute.
And just watching from the beginning of one of his attempts, like you can see from the very start, for instance, you know, the instant teleport into the left grab here, like he's using the dagger all over the place. But still just really hard for him to get attempts through this back half here. Let's see, this attempt looks pretty solid. It looks like he's committing to doing that downright throw in the end, which might kill a few more attempts.
Potentially. Let's see. Ooh, alternate. That was a really nice maneuver there. He's okay. He seems to be getting to the end like about the same time as Carter. So if alternate can just really clutch it out. I mean, I think he's got a really good shot. I mean, he's still in the lead, so I'm sure he wants to get an extra half a second or so, just make it more comfortable. All right, Electric, you might have accidentally muted yourself. I don't hear you, but
Oh,
anyway.
no, I'm
Okay,
still here just observing.
Yeah,
There's
we're
a lot
just
to
we're
take
having
in.
fun. We're definitely having fun and watching. This is very entertaining. These two are actually absolutely going at it. One of the more entertaining ones I've seen, actually. Super.
It seems like, even though the players are still taking like kind of similar routes, like I just really love the way Carter Freak has figured out this wall kick section in the middle here. It's so fluid with their movement.
Yeah. I see Alternate playing with it, like he just did it himself. I don't know if he's going to commit to it or not. It looks like he might. Maybe he got the run he was really looking for top. Thought the extra grinding wasn't worth it. Yeah, Carter definitely having the edge there. Figured it out a little more.
We'll see if they're able to finish out a full attempt though. I'm really curious what their final time. Oh, 9:28. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, and that's what he was looking for. That's exactly what we were talking about. Was I mean, once he nails everything he's going for, and I think he still missed like one or two things, real small, but it did cost him some time still.
Proposal. Try not to die. Thanks.
All right, yeah, definitely probably looking to be an 8-second time here. If Alternerd can get, you know, a low 9,
Yeah,
then
I don't even know if I can do it faster because that.
then I think the first one to hit an 8 might actually just take it.
I kind of think so too. It seems like to get an 8, you'd have to have such a high octane performance that it's going to be hard to match that.
Yeah, definitely agree. All right. Yeah, Alternate on a good run. You see as he throws the teleport dagger, he's hitting the enemies. You have to find good cycles for him because the enemies are becoming just as much of a problem as the fire bars.
Right.
Even though they kind of seem to not be an issue most of the time. Oh my gosh, Carter Freak. He's not even doing the wall kick anymore. He's just throwing the dagger.
It's weird how, as you watch these sessions go on, you just see more and more dagger throws replacing other pieces of movement.
You really do, yeah.
Like, it's wild to see. Like, if you go back to Carter Freak's first 5 minutes, they were kind of throwing the dagger a little bit for their top route, but now they're going through this bottom route. It's like every time they can, they're trying to replace things with a dagger throw. It makes sense why when it's a literal teleportation mechanic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Alternate figuring out the throw. Alright, I want to see Alternate get a really good time here so we have a nice close match for the last 10 minutes. He's on the verge of it, I can tell.
Yeah.
He just
needs to kind of figure out his movement for these wall sections here. And it's kind of hard to figure out in practice things when you don't really have the luxury of like actual save states and such. You're having to like manually walk yourself back to the starting part of some movement section.
Yeah, definitely. There's just a whole lot. There's like so much that has to go right.
For real.
Let's see. Yeah, Carter Freak now looking at the top option again. Oh, that's the throw I was talking about earlier that might help him get past that bar. Kind of just dropping it.
I hate dying.
Let's see, and both players having issues with those spikes right in the end of the wall kick section here. Yep, second death in a row Carter took to that. Let's see, Alter just not getting the second wall kick.
Yeah, sections like this are actually what make me like the game a little bit more because it's such a hard section. You know, the devs are not you know trying to give you something easy to do. Like they want people to grind it out and make it really hard. Like that third set of spikes right there. You know, if the devs had any mercy, they probably wouldn't have put it on. But then I think it would be less fun. So applause for them.
Yeah, these little challenging platforming sections. Like sometimes you think the developers put them in there because they hate you, but it's just trying to create an interesting challenge.
Yeah, Alternate really had it figured out there. I don't know if he made a mistake like really early on, but from the wall kick section onward, that was really nice. So if you can just get one solid good one like that.
Let's see. Carter's still just kind of trucking along with the same route.
Proposal. Try not
Yeah,
to die.
neither one of them made large improvements recently. But that's how it goes when the levels get this hard, you know. Section 2 is not easy at all. Sector 1 definitely was a bit more lenient.
Yeah, even whenever I was messing around in Sector 1, I remember thinking to myself, like, this gets a bit brutal for the early section of a platforming game like this. And so, it seems to be a game that really isn't... It's not too scared to, like, make things hard on the player pretty early on. It has a decently steep difficulty curve.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left to get the best time possible. Alternerd just needing to clutch out one of these runs. He's getting to the section that he needs to and getting through, but always seems to be like one thing that keeps happening.
Oh, Carter Freak just got a really nice attempt. Let's see the final time on that. I think this is going to be a 9:22. Yup.
Nice.
Very nice. Gonna just slice his time just a little bit further down, just shaving the tenths of seconds off.
Yeah, I believe we saw a match yesterday win by, it was like 0.07, I believe, 0.06 maybe.
Oh,
So those small time saves are not, you know, nothing. Once Alternate gets his run, you know, we're going to be looking at the decimals. We're going to be looking at the decimals without a doubt.
You got about 8 minutes left to get that run, though. Finally gets past that wall kick section with a nice teleport, and then just the robot immediately afterward gets him.
Oh, Carter Freak with a really fast run there. That enemy right there seems to be really hard to kill for both runners. You just landed right on top of him, really.
I hate dying.
All right, here it is with Carter coming through, and oh my gosh.
He got there so early, the flame bar was just denying him.
Yeah, he's getting there so early that he's actually gonna have to wait. And
Like, I'm not sure how exactly he's going to be able to get through, since it looks like he would have to get there substantially earlier to get before that part of the cycle. So, Carter may have almost like reached the hard limit without realizing it.
potentially, yeah, or like pull out something crazy that we're just not seeing.
Yeah, have to change up the route to avoid that fire bar altogether. Which I don't know how exactly you manage that.
Yeah, it's right on the wall when he gets there. I mean, I don't know what he's
Yeah,
gonna
that time
do.
he had missed one earlier dagger, so I don't know if that lost just enough time to lose exactly one cycle, but who knows?
Potentially, but even if it gets earlier than that, it's like moving towards closing. You know?
Yeah.
So,
Right,
It's gonna be rough.
I mean, at this point, though, it is kind of Carter's match to lose, and Alter just needs to be able to get a really good attempt going.
Proposal.
If Alter is able to like get a really nice true attempt, then we'll see what their final time is, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I'm hoping Alternate can really get it because he's so close. I can see it. And I think he can see it as well.
Yeah, and I think the way that the spiked walls section is constructed is honestly like kind of infuriating level design for these guys because it's been killing so many of their attempts.
It has.
What happened?
Yeah, this section right here, and then like that one of those two enemies at the end has been pretty detrimental.
And here we go, Carter on a really nice tear. He looked like he was having that same problem though, which being really early for that fire bar.
If Carter Freak can somehow make it to that section on pace and then have a really fast throw through the spikes, I mean the time's gonna be insane.
Oh,
It's gonna be like a 7-second time.
Yeah. That'd be one of those times where you would see that as a casual player and go, that's cheating. And that's Game Shark. He's got Game Shark going on that time.
It does seem like that. The new players when like the top dogs are doing stuff like that.
You know, like, but before you really get into like the speedrunning and competitive gameplay kind of communities, you know, you see those crazy times like that and you're just like, oh, okay, this leaderboard just happened. I know I used to be that way with like a Mario Maker 2 times and stuff like that. Like, oh, there's no way it's a real time.
They're faking it.
And then I would see guys like Ryokar and it's like, oh, I kind of get it now.
Yeah. Well, fortunately for this game, we don't even have to worry about that since it's all integrated into the system.
Yep.
So, I know we haven't really been talking about the leaderboards, but after every time they complete a round, they can look at the leaderboard. Most of the time they just click through it, so it never even pops up, doesn't load in. But they can check the opponent's time to see where they're at. Once it comes out, it'll be like a global leaderboard and, you know, one with your friends and stuff like that. You'll be able to check out all that good stuff. Straight into here. No submissions, no nothing. You already got it. All right, really nice for Alternerd. Actually got his 9-second time here.
It'll be a higher 9, unfortunately, but still going to put him a fair amount closer. Just going to shorten that gulf just a little bit.
Yeah, it could definitely be a confidence boost that he needs. Yeah, 7-3, so 0.51 off.
I won't give up.
Whatever mistake that he made, you just got to clean it up.
Now, I wonder how precise the times in this game goes, because, you know, obviously, both of us coming from Mario, that game kind of only goes down to 1 frame precision. I wonder if this game actually does truly get down to, like, hundredths of a second in terms of how precise the times get.
I imagine it would. And even if it's not, you know, it's probably like a 60 frame per second game. But
Right.
even like something like Mario Kart, you know, they register the time based on the character model or like the kart model or whatever. So I'm sure it goes down to the hundredth based on something like
Yeah,
that.
there's got to be some sort of means to say that, like, you know, oh, your character's position would have barely reached it by this frame or something like that.
Yeah, I think we've kind of figured out how all that stuff works, so we can be real precise with it. Thankfully, the future is here. All right, 2:40 left on the time. 2:40 left. Carter Nerd hasn't really done anything since he got this 922. I mean, he did lower by like 0.06 to get to 22, but nothing crazy has really happened since.
Yeah, just kind of chilling here with a really sick time. We'll see if he's able to hold on to that.
What happened?
All right, 207. It's kind of close. I just kind of want to watch Alternerd and find out if he can do it. He just
Yeah.
that spike section. He knows he needs to be quicker through it, but it's so hard. Yeah, just catching
so
that
many
corner.
attempts down to it.
Proposal. Try not to die. Jeez, thanks for the advice.
There's like one brick that you can see that it's like one tile further back from the spike edge than the other bricks lower down on those jumps, and it's just like, why did you have to place that brick shallow like that? It makes that wall kick so much harder. It's like just above the section Carter Freak was messing around with just then.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Yeah, and Alternate having a really nice run through to the end, but he threw the teleportation dagger and it hit an enemy, and so I think he wasted the time he needed with the teleport dagger coming back to him and him having to rethrow it.
Right.
All right, 1 minute left. He's got at least like 5 or 6 more good attempts left in him. Actually, probably more than that because these attempts go in like 5 seconds. So.
And Carter dying to that robot right at the beginning here. Let's see. Alter not getting the throw he wants in the very start here. And same with Carter repeating the same mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Alter yet another death on the spike wall. We're down to about 30 seconds left.
Yeah. No, we've reached the point in the game. I mean, thankfully, now that we're at the end, both of them just know what they need to do. And I think Carter Nerd just kind of figured it out first.
Yeah. That's what it seems.
Or Carter Freak, I mean. Alter Nerd. Carter Freak. My bad.
Shoutouts to the character colors. Alter deciding to play as a yellow character. And let's see, Carter, it looks like it's a blue character. I'm not sure what the names of these avatars actually are. I apologize.
Yeah, I think it's Jackie is the name of the main character, Jacqueline.
Right, the red
Maybe.
one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like if they're different people or not. They might be. I don't know.
I know they have different character model art on the character selection screen. Like the characters are just recolors of each other. It looks like, but I would think maybe they have separate names.
Perhaps.
GG's.
Yeah.
Looks like Carter Freak going to be winning this round with a 9:22 final time on this level, compared to Alter Nerd's 9.73. So GG's to both runners. Really, I mean, it looked like they both were pretty much using about the same route towards the end there. Just like you were saying, Carter Freak trying to kind of discovering and getting on that route a bit earlier, so had a bit more of a chance to optimize it.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just what it comes down to. Alter Nerd was just having a little too much trouble in that spike section, and Carter Freak was able to kind of feel his way through it and know what was going on. So GG's to both runners. I mean, Alter Nerd had a great showing. It was a fantastic race, or time trial.
Absolutely. A nice live time attack between these two.
Yeah. So with that, we're going to take a small break. We'll be back with another top round of 32. This time it's going to be Murtork versus Summit Storm. And we will be here for that as well. That's going to be another 30-minute match just like this one, so stay tuned. Don't go away.
We'll be right back. And welcome back to our little Aeon Drive tournament here. Our final match of the day coming up now between Murtork and Summit Storm. I am Electric, joined in the booth yet again by Markinator99. How are you feeling before this next matchup, Mark?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to watch this match, actually. I know both of these runners are really good at this game, and this is going to be the last match of today, so it's going to be, hopefully we can make it a good one.
Hopefully, indeed. We'll see what stage these players are going to end up duking it out on, and we have had a couple of cancellations, unfortunately, throughout the day, so despite our original schedule, this will be our last matchup of today. But to kind of discuss the format a little bit, like our previous matches, this is a live time attack format match where these players will have 30 minutes on this level that they haven't played before. They'll have that time period to set the best PB that they can. Whichever player has the best PB by the end of this time period wins this matchup. It's just one round, 1v1. So yeah, pretty much just best time wins. And it's not just about what player is able to figure out the best route, but also what player is able to execute on their own best route. So it'll be really exciting to see how these players just decide to approach this stage.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, we saw that exact thing in the last match, where at the end both runners were like doing the exact same thing, but you know, one ended up coming out, was able to execute it a bit better. So really fun stuff to watch them just work it out and then grind it out, just all in one short time period.
Absolutely. It's interesting how there's different phases to it almost. Like the first 5 minutes or so, the players are really just getting a feel for the level. And then you start seeing some like experiments with different routes over the next 10 minutes or so. And then they kind of tend to settle on a particular route, and then you just see like a bunch of random optimizations come in. And like I was saying last round, you start to see the dagger come out more and more as time goes on. That's probably the coolest thing to me, is just seeing all the little bits of movement that get replaced with random dagger teleports as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to save those like small little fractions of a second, and then once it all comes together, you're like, wow, that was way faster.
Right.
Yeah, great stuff, great stuff. But I think the runners are getting their word on what they will be running for. They don't know these levels prior to running it. So I mean, when we say they're figuring out as they go, I mean they're going in blind to these levels. So 2-7, it looks like both runners are hovering. We have that on screen, just waiting for the go ahead, and I think we just got it. All right, perfect.
All right, and so as I was kind of saying earlier, right now we're kind of in this exploratory phase. So the runners are just kind of messing around with the level, seeing what cycles these fire bars are on, just seeing the lay of the land. Most levels, including this one, are going to have multiple paths that kind of branch out from each other. So runners are going to be exploring, it looks like this kind of more mid and bottom route first. But there is that top route for them to explore too, and just kind of, see what options they might want to start exploring.
Yeah,
we
precisely.
do have that nice hole in the wall that kind of avoids this bottom section here.
Oh, Murtork finding a diamond. Yeah, they also have like a casual elements to this game as well. Like Murtork just found a diamond and stuff. So if you want to pick it up, you don't have to be as good as these players to enjoy it. There's exploration. There's going to be multiplayer. There's going to be single player. It's going to be great. September 30th is the day that it comes out on every platform. ! Eon or Aeon, AEON in the chat, and put it on your wish list. But yeah, Murtork coming up, and he's been having a little trouble with this enemy. It seems to be on a bad cycle. It's just right there. Oh, there you go. Okay, figure out you just throw it straight through.
Yeah, Murtork's starting to kind of get an initial feel for this level. I'm wondering if the kind of chasms towards the very end of this stage are going to come into play on any of these attempts, because I saw like some of the first attempts, we saw players having to take a wall jump like right on the ending. Murtork's still just experimenting a little bit with trying to take this bottom path, maybe, it looks like.
Yo, Summit Storm making some plays here. Nice time. It's going to be, what, 11 something? Let's see what it is. 1176. Yeah, the last one ended at 9 seconds, a little under 9 seconds. So yeah, very nice time. Or low 9 seconds, I mean, not under.
And a big element that we saw in that last race is not just finding the best route, but finding it early. And, if Summit Storm is able to kind of experiment with a lot of optimizations and settle on a good route earlier than Murtork, that might be the only difference that really gives them an edge.
Yeah, precisely. Finding out the optimizations first. And I think you see it right here. Like, look, Summit Storm right there. Threw the teleport dagger and then threw it again as he was falling. As where Mortork is kind of like running to the spot in which he can just directly throw it. I don't know which one's faster. I don't think I can really tell.
I feel like we're going to end up seeing a dagger throw on the very, very ending before this is all over with. Like where Mortork just kind of fell down and had to take a couple wall jumps back up. We're going to start seeing dagger throws there sooner rather than later, I feel like.
Yeah, probably. Ooh, Summit Storm just found a pretty fast route, it looks like. He could probably just throw the teleport dagger up on the roof at this section right here over and over. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, and make it straight through.
Won't give up.
And the dagger tech is certainly kind of interesting because you trigger the dagger throw and the dagger teleport with the same button. So like you're having to kind of double tap the button fairly quickly, but of course you have to wait for the dagger to have gotten thrown to the platform. So if you just like mash the button twice, you're probably gonna hit the teleport too early, and it's not actually going to register. So like there's a bit of finesse in how exactly you use the dagger to teleport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, tons of different timings in this game. There's like minor animations just like in every game, but they do run together really well, but you still have to account for them. Just like, yeah, throwing the dagger, the time it takes the dagger to hit the wall, as well as like to be optimal, the different wall spacings will have different timings. So
Yup.
It's a lot.
Yep. A lot to keep in mind.
Yeah, Murtork still...
Try not to
I haven't
die.
seen him really commit to anything yet. Still looking like he's pretty hardcore researching the level. And Summit Storm doing the same thing, but he seems to be kind of narrowing in on a path he might want to take here. But, I mean, Mortor does have the better time. He's got the 993. Oh, there we go. Summit Storm just got his 962.
Ooh, nice.
Alright, yes. I like this route that Summit Storm's going through. He's like going down and dashing, and it looks like this bottom area has like a lot of open space you can just go like directly through.
Yeah, it looks like that area around the gem can be a little bit troublesome, but like you said, a lot of really open space. Nice use of the teleport right in the beginning to avoid that enemy pretty handily.
Oh, missed
And you
the
can see
final
Summit Storm
throw.
experimenting with a dagger on the ending.
Yeah. I mean, throwing the dagger down is faster than falling. Even though you can fast fall. We saw one level, I think yesterday or day before. Or day before, because we didn't do anything yesterday. But there's one level where the runners were like fast falling towards the beginning and getting like really good times. And then by the end of it, they were like throwing the dagger down to get like that extra 0.1 seconds. Because it was just that faster. It was just a little faster.
Yeah. I think Summit Storm's definitely got kind of the better route on this one, because looking at the route that Murtork's kind of been tending towards, it seems like there's a lot more complexity to it, and it doesn't seem like it would even be that much faster.
Yeah, a lot of corridors for Murtork.
Almost had it.
Oh, Summit Storm getting real quick with it. Okay, see, this is what you see when like the runners start to really like.
Ooh, that
solidify
was
what they
a
wanna
really
do.
good time.
Yeah, and he made
916, nice.
and he made some mistakes there too. So he's, I mean, I think we're gonna see like a 7-second potential time from Summit Storm here.
I could certainly see it. He could dip his time pretty low. But God, look at all those teleports just to save like maybe 0.05 or something.
Yeah. But I mean, you can tell that it is slightly faster. He just like he warps to that spot.
Taking the fall, yeah. You're moving down and right just a bit faster.
Yeah. It looks like if he can just be slightly faster, he can dash underneath that saw, and like if he can do that, the time's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
I was so close on that one.
Oh, for sure. That's kind of an interesting concept too when you're messing around with levels like this. You're never going to get your fastest attempt the first time. So like something that looks like it almost could work the very first time that you try it very well could work. You just might need to be a bit more optimal on it. And you see, he is finally able to get past the saw blade there. Off his first couple of attempts, you may have thought it just wasn't even possible to get past the saw blade, but once he's gotten faster and more hyper optimized with it, you see, oh yeah, it's possible.
Yeah,
That is a sick route. Oh, the time got ruined by the ending, but that's still such a sick time.
He's got 22 minutes to really figure it out, but he's figured something out here. But you see the optimization right here on these down right throws, like he dashes, boom, right there.
Jeez, and through the enemy. This is really a path of least resistance here, because he's got like nothing to deal with once he gets past that initial section.
Yeah, very open. It's versus Mortork right now is kind of dealing with some.
Oh, and gets bought by the ledge again.
Insane.
I think he's just needing to wait like a tiny bit longer on that last dagger throw, because it's just barely ending up on the wrong side of that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like he's got stuck. It seems like
so close. So fast though, jeez. And you can see he's even hitting this. Here we go. That is a killer 6-second time. It's a 6:62, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez. All right, Murtork's gonna see that, and he's gonna have to change it up, because I don't see him getting that time with this route, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's no way. You have to be using Summit's route to get that time, I think. Because if you think about it, this route doesn't really move laterally a whole lot. Like, it doesn't move up or down. So I'm not sure how Summit's route would be losing time to another route that would be more direct, right? And there's no like switchbacking at all with Summit's route. I mean, yeah, and the other beauty of Summit's route is that like the ending is fairly simplified, so that there isn't a lot to optimize there.
Exactly. Yeah, Mortork is definitely much more complex and precise, having to maneuver through all this stuff.
So I mean, yeah, I think Summit's just kind of messing around, experimenting with different ways to just improve on that one God run already.
Yeah, and that's what we were kind of talking about earlier, or what you said earlier was, once these runners figure out what it is, the one who figures it out first is going to have more time to play and optimize it.
Right.
So that beginning.
Now Murtork has to go through that same whole process of figuring out the bottom route.
Precisely. Yeah, and so the whole beginning section of like finding out what is the best route, is really important. You don't want to just get a bunch of runs in these 30-minute sections, especially. The 10-minute ones, like maybe you don't quite have the time, but for these 30-minute ones, like I think prioritizing just exploration is very important. We're finding out.
Absolutely, I can definitely agree with that.
Okay.
It looks like Summit Storm is mainly messing around right now with just putting an extra teleport in this beginning section before the saws. Or maybe they're almost trying to come up with like a alternate way of getting around the saw blade, it almost looks like.
Potentially. Yeah, he probably knows like if he's losing time somewhere, it's the saw blades. So just spending some time there.
Yeah.
But Mortork, he's figuring it out. He's now dashing under the that ledge there through that little gap, which is what Summit Storm is starting out with as well. Okay, well, never mind. He did it a couple times. I think he's trying to mix it up. But that's good. That's good. He's on the right track. There he goes. Yeah, he's going up. That's what I initially thought. I'm not sure it's any faster.
It's just so hard to beat the second half of Summit's route because it's so direct, and it's all he's really having to do as far as like avoidance goes is just a couple of like angled throws like that.
I hate dying.
And yeah, here we go, another nice 6-second time.
Crazy. Yeah, if he's gonna be able to like post up consistent 6-second times, Murtork just might be behind the curve because the optimization that's gonna be there is big. It's going to be a big gap between the two.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you able to optimize here besides, there's not a whole lot that Summit's leaving on the table on this ending. Well, okay, Murtork going on that, like, kind of slightly higher route, maybe it could be faster, but that would also just It would only be faster because you're not having to zigzag with your teleport, and it would be incredibly precise to make it faster, I would think.
Right.
Oh, here we go.
I think it's good that he is going up versus down, because if this does save time, he's going to maintain like the full advantage of it.
Yeah. I think Summit's sheer teleport dominance, though, is going to kind of do him in. Because he's really figured out how to maximize the number of teleports through this route.
And you can see him right here, just kind of playing with it. The ending moving bars seem to be a bit of an issue as well for him, but especially if you're trying to do something a little faster, they're going to be at a different position. So I think he's trying to figure out how all that works out.
Yeah, you got to spend a lot of time practicing your timing for the jumps on those moving bars.
Yeah, he got real close right there, just barely nicked the bar and took a death.
Falling right into that side, the saw blade on that attempt. Mertork's still messing around with the top round and the ending here.
I do like Mertork's idea. He's going through. He's trying to do like 2 throws to save a little time over doing 3, I guess. Because it seems like he's delaying a little bit. Okay, there you go. He went with 3 there. But he's trying to land like right on that little post, and then he can just throw the dagger straight across and kind of avoid the whole saw section that Summit is figuring out.
Now, I'm kind of curious what Summit's approach is with this saw section, because he already kind of figured out, good optimal movement that he used in that 662 for a good cycle here. I wonder if he's just messing around, it looks like, because those clips aren't even allowed, so...
This is a well-known cheating. Okay, ignore this time from Summit. It's not real. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we don't even think they're faster anyway, so I don't think there's any real reason for the runners to use them, thankfully.
Yeah.
No glitchless section yet. Alright, okay, Mertor now looks like he wants to mess around with the saw section. He's still got half the time left on the board, so it's not lost, it's not unreasonable.
And it looks like he's kind of messing around with, like, what if he's starting to kind of figure it out. Like, what if I do try to dagger across here? This could be pretty fast.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the great thing with these time trial attacks is, like, we were talking about how great Summit Storm is and he had the advantage, but if he's kind of maxed out the optimizations and we're only halfway in, if Mertork picks it up and he is able to get that extra 0.01, I mean, that's the game.
Yeah, and that 662 is like the first attempt where everything kind of went well. So there's a bit of room still to optimize underneath that. It may only be like a few hundredths of a second, but there still is some room, most likely.
Ooh, Mertork might have figured something out. That was a really good throw. Looked quick. Let's see if he does it again. Nah. He landed his throw like right at that dark block where he was, and it was really nice. It was really quick. There it is. Yeah, throwing the dagger like right on the edge, he can then reach that dark block up there. So it looked like
just messing around with routing.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the bottom section is entirely optimized. Or optimal words.
I could kind of see it, not gonna lie. Especially with that dark block throw that you mentioned. I think it could certainly be possible that like a really nice fast path through that midsection could save you some ample time.
Yeah.
I don't know, the teleport route is just so strong though. Summit Storm almost finishing off a nice attempt.
The movement Summit Storm is doing, after he dashes, that's when he can jump and throw up and make it through that section. But but then he just did that, and I don't think it's faster anymore.
Right.
What is happening? Is that 5.2? Is that what that said? 6.5?
No, it was a 6.74.
Oh, okay.
Barely slower than his current PB.
Maybe I just saw his current time. Yeah, this is nuts.
It looks like he's still messing around with like, or it might just be a mistake getting that exact to the side throw. Not sure if it's fully intentional from Summit there.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see it's just non-stop. Non-stop throws, and if he's not throwing, he's dashing to get a better angle so he can throw.
Yep.
Really nice stuff.
Oh, and Murtor just coming up a little bit short on these throws in the midsection there. Like we were kind of saying earlier, the range on that dagger is a bit limited, so you gotta kind of keep that in mind when you're trying to make some hard throws.
Oh, wow. So this top route, he might not be able to even go fast enough because of that cycle.
Oh,
He had to wait. He couldn't go sooner than he just did.
Yeah, and if there's any waiting in your route, I doubt it's going to be faster than that bottom route, because there's zero waiting involved there at all.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. It was so promising. Torque really did kind of figure it out. But fortunately for us, that we are we live outside the Veil in which they live, so we can see that Murtork is wrong. No, but Murtork is going to have to figure out that that's not going to be the fastest way, or Summit Storm might just already have it.
If that would mess with me in competitions like this, though, knowing that the audience is able to see everything going on, and like my opponent probably has a better route than me, and I have no idea, you know, I would definitely psych myself out thinking of stuff like that.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. Yeah,
I halfway wonder if the
wasn't bad.
Yeah, because that attempt from Summit was pretty clean. I halfway wonder if 6.62 is like kind of one of the more maxed out times for this route. Because it seems like the attempts that he's getting worse times, he had like sort of safer-ish movement on the ending.
Right. Yeah, it seems to be really optimal. Yeah, the middle section is not going to do it for Murtork. It's just not.
It's weird how, like, when you look at this map, the route that Summit's using for the bottom section doesn't immediately come to mind, but, like, it's you know, when you look at the level for long enough, it's a very sensible route.
Yeah.
You take those two nice diagonal jumps, you get to completely avoid any contact with the fire bars. I've seen a lot of attempts that he takes them that, like, he lands on the post between the fire bars entirely, and it just eliminates the obstacle.
Yeah, I mean, just the route that you're able to move constantly at seems to be just the best route. You know, if there's any waiting at all, or whatnot, even if there's like some weird cycles, I mean, it's whatever allows you to move the most.
Yeah.
You know, the tight corridor sections don't seem to be great. I don't remember seeing a level in which like they ended up being better.
It seems like teleports are just, while pretty powerful, I wouldn't call them completely overpowered. You do still need your other mechanics, but you lean heavily on teleportation. The more teleports you can reasonably put into your route, the better, it seems.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it seems like the other moves you need to chain with the teleport to get like those optimal angles and positions with, you know, so you can have good throws with the teleporter. It all comes into play.
Yeah. One kind of cool thing that I'm seeing too, that like I've seen on Summit Storm's screen a few times, is using the teleporter for some like almost saves, where like you throw the dagger as you're falling and you end up falling past a platform, but your dagger landed on top of it, so you're able to like get a pseudo ledge grab in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not like, you don't have to like do a wall jump to get over it.
Right. You just get to land back on top of the ledge.
Yeah, some nice mechanics. And this game is actually going to have over 100 levels when it comes out on September 30th. So I think we're going to see a lot of mechanics, just like you mentioned, like, you know, the right on the corner, you're able to run on top of the ledge. A bunch of really cool, precise throws and mechanics that we haven't figured out yet because we've really just been going through a tournament. And with limited amount of levels. And once we get so many and then so much of the communities really test it out and see what's up with the game, I think it's going to be a really cool speed game.
Me too, and I'm really excited to see what the any percent run in particular is going to look like, but also 100%. Because something that like we haven't really seen come into play at all in this competition is that timer mechanic, where there are these little like pods that you're having to collect throughout each level, and once you get 4 of them, that gives you an extra 5 seconds that you can put on your timer at any given time. And so in like the 100% category, I'm really curious, you know, how routing those pods is going to come into play for preserving as much time as you can throughout each stage and such. Like it's going to be a really interesting game that you can approach from a lot of angles, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I didn't even think about the 100% because there are like, they're like what, magical hot dogs or whatever they are, and then there's like those diamonds that we see on this level. But,
right.
Yeah, there's like that on every level, and yeah, so the 100%, that would be cool.
It'd be such a sick run, even on top of like what we're seeing here with any percent.
What happened?
Yeah. Oh, that's that fastball. We haven't been seeing too much of. But yeah, but like things like that, like the fast fall, we might even see animation cancels for like when you land and you can just throw instantly or something. You know, who knows? Who knows what we're gonna see?
Yeah.
And the levels we're having, like these are like section 1 and section 2 levels, and you know they're pretty complicated as they are. So imagine like section 10 levels. You know what those are gonna be like.
Oh man. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how all the tech begins to evolve in this game, because like 2D speed games, there's just a surprising amount of evolution that they go through whenever they first come out. Especially like, I can't wait to see TASs of this game. TASs are just gonna abuse that dagger so hard.
Yeah. We need more TASs. Yeah. No, it's gonna be great. I'm very excited for it. I'm definitely getting this game as it comes out.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to be looking to pick it up too. Because it's a nice blend of like just the mechanics of like, you know, a really nice fluid platformer, but it's not, while there is like a lot of exploration within the level, you know, there's not like such a huge level with a bunch of pointless stuff that you're just going to easily get lost within. I find it's kind of hard to execute a good platforming game with a lot of exploration. You know, like your Metroid games and stuff are really good, but a bunch of those games just end up feeling pretty empty a lot of the time. But in this one, like you just get these nice bite-sized levels and a lot of really good platforming and a lot of experimentation.
Yeah, and point in case, look what Summit Storm's doing right here. This throw to that corner, he kind of like missed it right there, but he is able to throw it on the bottom part and then just like zip to the end. So even that optimization on the ending here that looked really clean. You know, those are going to be everywhere, so it's going to be great.
Oh man!
Whoa, Murtork! I guess he threw his teleport dagger up, and I thought it landed down. Looked like he just clipped through the wall.
We got Summit Storm just messing around with a few final attempts, trying to see if he can push that time even lower.
Yeah, it's got to be nervous too for Summit Storm. Like he doesn't know what Murtork is doing. He's like, this dude's got 3 minutes left, and yeah, he's 2 seconds behind, but maybe he just.
You know, what could he be plotting? You know, is he messing with some super secret route that he just needs one good attempt on to get a 5-second time? You know.
Yeah. And that's I think what Summit's been doing is really nice, because he got that really good time. He plotted out the route, got the really good time, and then he just explored and was like, okay, is there anything else that, you know, Murtork might be able to do? And I didn't catch that at first, but that kind of ended up being what happened. You know, he figured out that, yeah, this is actually the most optimal route, and I can't beat it by really anything.
That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah. He kind of ensured and like gave himself that peace of mind of like, I've looked and there isn't really anything else I can see, so there's probably not anything else my opponent could see either.
Yeah, so probably gave him some good peace of mind there. But yeah, when you talked about not knowing, that's kind of what he's been doing, right? Pretty cool stuff.
Let's see how these players decide to use the last couple minutes of their time frame here. Murtor just still kind of committing to that mid route, but not really achieving a ton of success with that mid-section movement.
What happened?
Alright, almost there for Summit Storm.
Yeah, messing around with a few like backup sort of things on the ending. It's gonna be cool too to see like normal RTA races of this game. I know normal's not really the right term, but like just a true RTA race front to back, especially with the like whole like death resets the level mechanic. Because I'm sure there's gonna be some later game stages that are gonna be a bit long that will be extremely punishing on in a race setting.
Oh yeah, and like the speed runs of it, like I'm sure there'll be like
yeah.
section ones and then like bigger ones, and it's I think it's probably gonna start out with like people not wanting to die, and slowly but surely incorporating harder and harder tactics that are very easy to die all throughout the map to save time. So I think
definitely,
it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a really fun game to track the progression of as a speed game for sure. Just a reminder, !Aeon, AEON for the link to the Steam page and such. Remember, it's going to be available for all major platforms, Xbox, Series X, PS5, Switch, and on Steam, of course.
Yes, sir. Yeah, make sure it's on your wish list. Steam's got to know.
Add it to your Switch wish list, despite the Switch store's wish list being very awkward to use. It just still gives me a small chuckle every time I think about that wish list never removes an item after you buy it. Like, why would you want the item on the wish list after you've already bought it?
Yeah.
Wrapping up this session here, approaching the last few seconds. Got one or two good attempts left for these runners.
Yeah, just a couple left. 10 seconds now. And yeah, I think we just got to give it to Summit Storm here. I mean, I think he really played it out well. I think this section, this 30-minute section right here, is a really well executed plan from start to finish. From when he was figuring out what he needed to do to after he executed that to try to find, better and more optimized movement. I think a lot of the other runners in the tournament could definitely like watch this and like take note as like, oh, my plans in the future should be something like this.
Yeah, and especially take note of how he evolved that route, just like how he kind of went into those bottom route attempts, how he kind of settled on the way that he was doing the saw blade movement. And watching too, just like at the very beginning, it didn't really look like he'd be able to make that saw blade cycle, but once that movement got tighter and more optimized, it became free for him almost. And so shout outs to both of our runners, and GG's to Summit Storm on this nice win with a sick time.
Yeah, absolutely. GG's to Summit Storm. And that's going to do it for us here at Speedrun GSA. Aeon Drive Tournament for beta as it launches September 30th. This is the last match of today. We will be back tomorrow. Let's see what time will we be back. Looking like 1 p.m. Eastern, which will be, what is that? 10 a.m. Western? I don't know. What's the time zone there?
Pacific, I believe.
Pacific, yes, thank you. So be back there. We'll have more top 64 matches and 2 top 32 matches. And then on Thursday, we start the top 16 side of the bracket. So make sure that you don't miss any of it. And thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys later.
Take care, everyone. Peace out.